All right, welcome in everyone. Today we're picking back up with some Subnautica below zero. I have to finish cleaning up some beacons and get my base organized because everything, not my base, well, that too. But I have to finish cleaning up some beacons because I'm having a hard time finding stuff, relabeling them properly, and all at the same time while trying not to lose my sea truck. Because we almost lost it a few times last night. Alright, before I do that though, the thing I need to do is I need to make a standard O2 tank, and then I need to make a high capacity O2 tank so I have a backup oxygen tank. Because, I screwed up last night and I dropped mine in the water when I went to turn it on, equip it. Instead of equipping it, I dropped it. So, to fix that, I need to make a new one. One more piece of titanium. We may have to go resource farming here. Actually, I'm going to need 6 more pieces of titanium in total for this. I don't have any titanium here. Alright, so what I have to do is I have to see if I have any titanium on my sea truck. If I don't, we are farming. Where did it... Oh, there it is.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
There. There. Nothing. There. One piece there. Nothing there. I got one piece there. So we still have to go farming then because I need 6 pieces and I've only got 3. So let's do this. So let's craft this oxygen tank so we can have at least that one. Because I need to venture back to that underground base area today. Because there's things I missed there. Alright, let's just go ahead. I think I need 4 of those. Because I think it's 2 for each piece of glass. Yep. Alright, and then I need 1 piece of silver. That's no problem. Shouldn't be a problem. Oh, I've got at least 1. There we go. Right, so I just need titanium now. Let's see. And I will also need salt, but we'll get there in a minute. Right now, let me see. I have a decent amount of inventory space. There we go. I also do scrap metal if there's any of that available. Also, there's a piece of titanium. All right. Also, almost tempted to build a another sea truck module, just a front loader module, to kind of explore these areas that have things I need. So this way we have less of a chance of losing stuff. Alright, I do have the scanner tool. That's perfect. It'll give me the rest of the titanium I need. We'll go ahead and grab a little bit more though, because I know we're going to need it. But right now, my primary goal is make this other oxygen tank, keep it in my inventory, and then go. Then we're going to grab some food, and we're going to head back toward the cave area. Or the cave area, well, I guess it's the cave base area, yeah, where the underground base is. Apparently there's a room I missed in there, which had a sea truck defense mechanism, a defense thing in there. Gotta try to find the room. Or how to get into said room. And we have to go here. No, actually we don't go there. We go... Deployables? No. I don't remember where it's... There it is. Alright, so now, as long as I don't do what I did last night and drop my oxygen tank in the water, I've got a backup oxygen tank. How are we looking for... Okay, so I've got... We're gonna have to get some food and water, because otherwise the... I want to plant these. If I can. I don't know if I can. We're gonna find out. Not what I wanted to do. Okay, so I can't apparently plant those, which probably... Okay. It's fine. Quit dropping them. Alright, let's go grab some more fish. Means I need to smack the... When I go back to where they came from, I need to smack them with the knife and knock some seeds loose, I believe. Instead of just picking them up off the tree. Let's see. So now we just need salt. So I need to go back in here and I need to change the scanner room to set me for salt. There we go. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. There we go. I'm gonna pick up some salt. And then make some food. Then we'll eventually make some more spare water as well. I forgot about that thing. I do every time I come down here. Hey, Laura Bliss, how is your Sunday going? Hopefully you're having a good Sunday. Oh, glad to hear it. Nothing wrong with that. I actually slept in today, so I don't do that very often. Instead of getting up at like 7:30 in the morning, I slept until like 9:30. It was actually kind of nice. Yeah, it doesn't happen very often, but it's worth it when it does sometimes. Today, what I'm working on is just at the moment gathering resources to be able to go and survive and go fix my beacon mess on the map here because I've got way too many beacons. Oh, I heard of this game. It's cute looking. It has its cute moments, but it also has its terrifying moments too. And last night it was mostly terrifying moments. I almost lost my sea truck 4 times from getting ripped apart. Not really looking forward to further ripping apart of the truck. And I also dropped my spare oxygen tank underwater and then drowned because I messed up. Oh, there's definitely some cute things and definitely some terrifying things. And I always miss those. I gotta be careful here because there's like a 50-50 chance that one of these things will try to grab me and eat me. All right, well, that area didn't have it. I'm okay with that. Right now, I'm just getting salts. This way I can cure some food, because the cured food doesn't expire, whereas the cooked food does. If I'm in a jam, I can cook food as well. I would just, with my heated knife, but I prefer not to. How much salt do I have? 5 pieces. I want at least 2 more.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Exactly. There's this oxygen plant here, which will help with that, because I wasn't paying attention. That's another problem. I tend not to watch my oxygen levels like I should. And then I drown because I don't pay attention. Sometimes. And I wish I could say most of the time it's because I'm running from something, but that's not the case. Most of the time it's because I'm, looking at something and it's shiny. That's about how it goes lately. Alright, so we're gonna let the oxygen replenish, and then we gotta drop down, because otherwise we're gonna freeze. There we go. Like, we can't win here. It's either you freeze or you drown. Or get killed by a monster. I want at least 1 more piece of salt. Shiny things are definitely fun until you make the mistake of finding it, then drowning and losing it. And then you have to start over again to get it. Or go back to try to find it. Like, I don't even know. I can't even tell you. My inventory's full. Okay. I can't even tell you, like, that's ice. I can't even tell you where I dropped the oxygen tank last night underwater, because, like, I know the area, but I don't know specifically where, and I tried to find it, and I died again. So, I just chalked it up as a loss, and I'm gonna keep on going and trying to go back to that area in a little bit. We have to clean up some of these beacons, though, and turn off the salt, because I don't need that cluttering up the map. All right. We're gonna turn off.
Fluid intake.
We're working on it. All right. Oh, there we go.
Vital signs stabilizing.
We're gonna turn off the salt right now, so we don't have to hunt for salt, or so it doesn't clutter up my screen. All right. How many? Well, hold on. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of them. Okay. So we're gonna make 5 into water and 5 into food. Do a half and half here. So this way we can have a little bit of resources while we're out exploring. I think that's 3. Let's look before I... 4, and then that's 5. Alright, so now we're gonna cure 5 of the bladder fish, because they're the best fish to take in this game. Then I'll have some spare salt as well, which will allow me to cure more food. Alright, let's do a quick save. I've got 4 salt. Alright. It's gonna tell me to eat, so we're just gonna do that now before the game yells at me. Do I have spare battery in here, or do I have them on the sea truck? Because the power cell in this is eventually gonna die. And I don't know if I have any spare batteries in here. And the last thing I need is the power cell to die when I'm underwater. Alright, so I got nothing in here. So, they're probably all on the sea truck. What we're gonna do now is head to the sea truck, see what my resources are looking like on there. Which is that way. And then we're gonna venture in and try to find more shiny stuff. Or... death and clean up some of these beacons.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Let's see what we got before we go anywhere. And I do have regular batteries, so in a pinch, if it really comes down to it, I do have regular battery. And I also have a regular battery that's almost dead. I should have stuck on the charger. We're gonna just get that out of inventory for now. I don't want to rename it. So I've got power cells. I've got tons of batteries, just not... Let's see. Do I have the resources to make one more of those? I don't know if I have the resources here. Iron, cube, gold, silver, and lithium. Do I have? Because the those batteries last a heck of a lot longer. Silver. Did it say I needed lithium? I think. Do I have an ion cube here? Do have an ion cube. Alright, so that means, you know what, while we're at it, let's grab this almost dead battery and just do this. We have to go back to... in here, and I want to get the piece of gold and piece of lithium, and I want to make the ion battery, because the ion battery lasts a lot longer than the other batteries. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. We're gonna do that. And the batteries in this game, though, I will say, do tend to die a lot faster Just kind of why I like keeping a spare set of resources so we don't possibly, nope, that's copper. So we don't possibly run into a situation where we drown underwater because we don't have proper batteries to get back. I don't need help from, there we go. I don't need help from not keeping batteries to drown. I'm good enough at drowning because I don't pay attention to my oxygen levels. Alright, so that being said, let's do that. Now we're got the spare power cell. We're gonna keep it battery with me rather. It's not a power cell because they're different. We're gonna take the we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna head back toward like the really not so fun parts of this game real quick. And see what happens. We have to clean up some beacons too. And we'll get there. Alright, so now which one do I want to head toward first? I just gotta find it. So we're gonna head. We're gonna make our way to the beacon that says lead first. And eventually we're gonna make our way down to the cave base, the lily pads, and that area. We're gonna start here if I can remember how to get there, because I need to clean up these beacons because there's way too many in this map. Rename the ones that I need to keep and get rid of the ones that I don't. You're fine. You can stay here. So since you're gonna be, since I want to keep you here, I'm going to change the color so this way I know I've already visited you. So you actually do have useful resources. So we're going to make you the color of the water for now. Because I do want to keep you there. This way I can keep track of what ones I've been to. Also, this area is not fun. This is one of the areas, well, getting close to one of the areas where they like to destroy you. Like that thing right there. Actually, I haven't had too many problems with it in a vehicle. Okay, I'm just gonna leave those be for now, because those are fine. The prawn suit's actually like a huge underground base that I need to go in and explore further, but I don't have the oxygen resources at the moment to be able to do that. So we are gonna head this way. Like there's nothing I need to clean up this way, but there's stuff I want to try to find again that I need in this area. Like there's a down ship I have to find and try to finish exploring, which I lost it and haven't been able to find it. Those aren't that bad. As long as I keep my distance and leave them alone, generally they leave me alone. Let's see. What we can do is we can park you here. I need to level you out though. Actually, I guess it really doesn't matter because with the prawn suit back there, I can't go out that back door anyway. Alright. So we do have some oxygen plants down here, which are these things that I'm hovering, kind of swimming over now. And I've got the spare oxygen tank as long as I don't drop it again. And we are gonna keep heading down. The only thing is that spare oxygen tank should only really be used to for exit, unless I can make it to that base where I can refill it. Which here's the base, which we've actually managed to make it to the base easier this time than the other day. And the reason I'm coming back to the base is because I've been in this room, but every time I miss this room, and I just think I found the entrance to it. Because there's a perimeter defense in there for my sea truck. So I want the perimeter defense piece, because that will potentially make it easier. I see why I missed it, and I get past it. I don't think it's going to let me get past it, which is a problem. How do I get past you? That's the problem. How do I get past you? Because you're blocking the room I need. I don't know how to get past you. I wonder if it won't let me get past it. That would make sense. Maybe I have to... I think I know what I have to do. I have to complete the task she wants me to complete, which means I have to find that ship piece again before the snow stalker will move. That's my guess anyway. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna keep moving around down here just for a little bit, because I think I found something I needed down here earlier last time, but I lost it. I died. Alright, I remember this area. We aren't going to be able to spend too much time down here. But I remember this area. This is the area I got the warning because of the, well, close to it anyway, because of a Leviathan that I didn't see because I actually drowned down here. And that's why we're probably not going to be venturing down here for too long. I wasn't even intending to come down here. But we're going to pick up some of this resource because we need that. And then we're probably going to head out because I can't venture too far down here. I don't have the resources or the equipment to survive down here.
Seek fluid intake.
Let's take care of that real quick.
Vital signs stabilizing.
How many of these crystals am I gonna have now? This would be 5. If I had the grappling hook for my prawn suit, I'd bring it down here. Unless I don't have the grappling hook, I don't want to come down here, or the grappling arm rather. I don't want to come down here because I won't have a way out potentially with it. I don't want to have to leave it down here. Alright, so we got enough for the shiny azimite for now. So we're gonna venture out now before I drown down here. Nice thing is her base should be close so that I can use her base to replenish my oxygen before heading back to the surface. I just have to find it. Close. It should be right over here. Yep, so I can go into the moon pool here, replenish my oxygen.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
And then
Calorie intake recommended.
we'll eat quick. Alright. And now we will be making my way back to the sea truck because I have too much inventory. And after we get back to the sea truck, we will try and venture toward the... We're just going to explore a little bit because I need to find the... what is it? I need to try to find that down ship, or at least part of the down ship. There, we need to go up. There's the sea truck. So we're going to go ahead and put you off for now. I want to keep you all together if I can. I'm gonna just unload what I don't need, which is pretty much everything I picked up down there. Alright. So now, at least I know I can get down there semi-safely. Now that I actually managed to do that. We need to avoid that. This is another good area to go exploring. But the problem is all the... Ah, shit, I still don't know what does that. I got a hunch it's those shark things, because I can't move right now. Like, EMP'd. Basically, I just got EMP'd. Alright. Shit, yep, it's those shark things. I'm a sitting duck when they do that. We're gonna park you by this little beacon thing. Might be a good idea, might be a bad idea, I don't know, but we're gonna do it. I need to do quick repair, and then we're gonna run underground. We're gonna run into that cave area. But I think that one of the resources I was looking for is down there. I just gotta go look. It's not quite the same cave area, I don't think. But this cave is so huge and it's really hard to tell. Basically, I'm looking for some, like orangish red. Orangish red orbs, I guess, for lack of a better way to call it. Had some. I drowned though and I lost them, so I don't know what they are because I didn't get a chance to look at them. I don't remember if they were in this area. Because I know that this shit piece is out here somewhere. I just can't remember where. And that's part of the reason why I need to clean up these beacons, because I don't remember what's where, because I labeled the beacons poorly. We want to avoid the EMP sharks, for lack of a better name. So I don't really want to get close enough to try to find out what they're called. That was wrong. That's fine. Bad part is I really don't remember where this damn it is. And turn off the light in this area. And I'm not even sure if it's the piece I need. That's a sea truck fragment. I don't need that. I do have to be mindful though, if I see any of those shark things come up, I need to turn off the light. Because I don't need to be EMP'd again. Like that one right there. I don't know if I've been here. I might have. At one point. I think I have been here. I just had to. I died down here. This is about as far as I can take the sea truck at the moment. I don't know if I want to go exploring down here, but we're gonna do it. Do I have... Okay, I do have a beacon. So we are... We'll see about dropping a beacon if I find anything worthwhile down here, because I don't know what's down here. I mean, I see lava, that's for sure. I haven't been here. This is new. Let's see if there's a new PDA. What is this? Booster tank. What is a
Blueprint synthesized.
booster tank? I will have to look. I don't know what that's for. Okay. Interesting area here. Gotta be careful of the lava, because I really don't want to be cooked. More rubies, okay, but rubies aren't necessarily what I'm looking for. I mean, I'm not gonna not pick them up though, because they'll help. Wondering. Just gonna give me more titanium, but that's fine. Let's see. This might be a good place. I'm gonna do that just because I can actually name this. And this way I won't have to guess at what's here.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Well, as long as I don't screw up and drop the other oxygen tank, I should be okay. I just gotta find...
Oxygen.
Why isn't it? Okay, why didn't it work? It should have swapped. I don't know why it didn't swap. Because now that caused the problem. It wouldn't. I don't know why it didn't swap. Because now it did. Oh, I think I know why it didn't. Alright. Well, now I think I know why I didn't swap, because I didn't fill it up. So let's try and see if I can at least get a little bit more rubies, but not from this area. Find out where I drowned at. I think it was somewhere this way. And actually, I gotta add that too. Not a big deal if I don't find it. I just... already got you. It's fine. So I'm not finding what I was looking for down here. I don't know if I've actually... Alright, so this is taking me... I don't think we can venture down here too far again, but I know where I'm at. So we're not going to venture that far down because I don't have the resources, again, to properly navigate that area. Not to mention I'm about 90% sure from just what I recall from last night that that is where the Leviathan lives. Yeah, it is, because we're back at her base again, which is fine because we're going to use that to take advantage of replenishing my oxygen. And then we need to get out of here because this is not where I wanted to go. Nice to know though, like this entire cave area is pretty much linked together, but the problem is it's not helping me with what I found the other day and lost. So we just have to keep looking. Those. Can't do anything with those. It's a sea monkey. Those are nothing to be worried about. Those are about the only thing to not be worried about, other than like the fish that you eat. Where? Sea trucks that way. You know, I feel a little less comfortable not being in the sea truck though, because at least if I get EMP'd in the sea truck, I have a second where I can keep moving. Or at least be a little more protected. If I get EMP'd with this, I'm probably dead. We're not gonna find out though. Where? We might be dead. He might be dead. I can't do shit. I can scan it, but I don't care. I don't want to scan it. I want to get away from it. The sea truck's down here. So we went like full circle, kind of. Shh. No, I want you. This will help me speed away a little faster. Then we get on the sea truck, we're gonna have to change out the power cell. I didn't wanna. Let's do this real quick. The last thing I want is it to die when I need to run. Let's see. I need to download some inventory. If I can. Actually, let's see if I can do that. I have no idea if I can do it, but we're gonna try it. I can build the glass biome. I'm not glass dome. I'm not worried about that right now. What I want to do is see, can I build a no, okay. Kind of a disappointment. It won't let me build another storage unit, but that's fine. You're full. You're gonna be full. We're gonna take the salt out. And let's see here. I've got 2 cured fish. I've got 2 regular fish. So we're gonna make. Oh, we're gonna. I'll see if I can with this at an angle. I can't. Let's venture a little further this way, away from the rubies. And all. As long as I don't go below 300 meters. If I go below 300 meters, I'm in trouble. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and cure 1 more fish and make 1 more bottle of water. And actually, what I want to do too is I got a new blueprint. Booster tank. Used to give a speed boost. I thought, isn't that what I'm using? No, I'm using the high. Okay. So that would allow me to make another oxygen kit or another oxygen tank, but I would need. Okay. I don't think I can make it here, and I don't have a wiring kit. I think I need a modification station to do that. So we can't do that. All right, so let's go ahead and just go explore a little more. Not sure it's a good idea, but we're gonna. Oh, those are just fish. Okay. I don't know what's down here, but we're gonna take a look. And I'm a genius, just in case. Some things I can use the knife to defend myself with. Or from. Thank you. It wasn't you. Alright. Or rubies. I'm gonna get so many rubies and whatnot. Seems like down here, I'm not gonna. What are you? You're just titanium. At this point, because I've already got you. I don't think I've been down here. I can't remember though. Yes, I have, because otherwise Alan would be talking right now. Time to make my way out of here. And we got an ad that's about to start here in a minute, everyone. It'll be a 3-minute ad break, which will give me time to, to stretch. If I stretch, because I do need to do that real quick. Refill my water and a few other things. But we're going to keep moving. Right now, we're probably going to just, because I know I want to make it back to the sea truck before the ad kicks in, because the pause doesn't really, well, the pause does, but going into the menu depletes your oxygen, so I don't want to go into the menu. I want to make sure I'm in a place where I have oxygen. Alright, I need to eat.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Alright, so we're going to wait because the ad's going to be starting here any moment. Alright. Alright, we are in a quick ad break. Thanks for sticking around, everyone. I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, we are back. Thank you for sticking around. Let's go ahead and just kind of keep exploring, because this area is actually rather cool. You know, I want to see something. Maybe I can get... Can I do it yet? No, I want the, well, I do eventually want that, but what I want to know is can I make the, no, 'cause I don't know where to find something I want to find. I just haven't been able to find it. The spiral plant clipping. I've yet to see a spiral plant. So because there's so much in this game that I have yet to fully. Tornado plates, that's new. It's, no, I don't want the repair tool, not yet. Hopefully I don't need it. I mean, this is a great area for resources. Already, well, I'm not sure if it's going to be the same area, so we can just go take a quick look. I already got you. You're just going to give me more titanium. I'm pretty sure this is the same. Yes, but what is that? Thermal plant fragment. Alright, something I don't need. So I think it's safe to say we can leave this area because we've gotten everything we're going to get out of this area. Now, at least this really underground area. Underground. Oh, everything's underground. Really deep underwater area. So we're gonna just get in the sea truck and head out of this area. Still lost that ship I want to find, at least part of it. I can't find it again. Alright, we have to also be mindful. We're at a reasonable depth now. Now we're gonna leave you off. You're really not helping anyway. So that's fine. Let's. I don't know what's going to be down here, but we're going to just look around and see, because right now all I see is darkness. And I can still go.
Entering ecological dead zone. The prospect for survival is fast approaching zero.
Okay, well then we're not entering there. Ecological dead zone. Yeah, no, we need to get out of here before we get like either EMP'd or something. It's not where I need to be right now. I mean, I will have to eventually go there. But we're not going to deal with going there now. And it looks like each section of my sea truck will need to be repaired a little bit. Looking at the indicators there. We need to be mindful in this area because this is another not friendly area. We're gonna head toward, no, that, not head toward that, because I already know what that one is. We're gonna head toward, no, those are all on land. It's the prawn suit.
Calorie intake recommended.
I think what we're gonna have to do is we're just gonna have to head toward already been down there. I know what that is, so we're gonna have to head back toward toward the base area, but actually we're gonna head toward the planters area because I need to, I need to mark off if I can't find what I need there, if I don't see the ship in that area or part of the ship, I need to turn off that beacon for now and change the color. Because that beacon's useful. But I need to see if I can find the if part of the crashed ship is here. Damn. What's up, Shadow? Nice try. How's it going for you on Sunday? I'm trying to find some the crashed ship, and I'm lost, so that's why I'm doing like beacon cleanup right now. As a matter of fact, we're gonna. That one was called. What did I name that one? Planters. We're gonna change the color of planters as soon as I find it to blue, and then turn it off. All right. I don't think it's actually gonna help. We're gonna follow this pipe thing, this alien wire, and see where it leads. I'm all right, man. Yeah, morning. Hope you're having a good Sunday and you're just chilling. I'm having a good Sunday. Yeah, I mean, so far today's playthrough is going better than yesterday's. I'm just trying to find the pieces of the crashed ship again. I can't find them. And that's why right now what I'm doing is I'm running through and I'm exploring every beacon and removing the ones that aren't necessary. And okay, so we're by the island right now. Everything here is gonna stay. Except for maybe that drop. Nope, I need to avoid those because they don't like to play nice. And I'm not sure what they'll do to the sea truck. So I followed that piece and it took me a place I didn't really need to go. So we're gonna follow it back for now. Because I know, I swear, I'm like 95% sure the truck is, or the truck, part of the crashed ship is in this area that says cave base, lily pads, and last known survivor position. But the problem is, actually, we gotta do this while I think about it. The problem is, nothing likes to play nice in that area, so I can't really stop to explore. Let's repair you. Let's see if anything. It does need a little bit of repair. Let's just take care of everything. There we go. Looks like the sea truck is now good. And I can't take the prawn suit down yet because I don't. Shoot, I didn't want to do that. Go. I can't take the prawn suit further down because I don't have the materials I need to do the upgrade. Upgrade yet, and I don't have the grappling arm, so I don't want to. I don't want to get it stuck. There is a upgrade for the sea truck that's locked behind. What is it? A snow stalker, but I can't get it to move. And I got a hunch I need to get the transmitter. I got a hunch I need to do. I need the test override module, but in order to do that, I need the parallel processing unit, which is on one of the pieces of this ship that sunk around here somewhere. I found one. I don't know for sure which piece of it, and I can't find it again. So we're gonna try to head toward this dropped beacon. I've been hunting for it. I just can't remember where I placed it. And due to the fact that I can't actually successfully find it, we're probably just gonna remove that one.
Calorie intake recommended. Vital signs stabilizing.
I'm gonna try anyway. Once we get to a certain level, I mean, food stuff. I mean, I can use my hunting knife. Actually, I think I know what this drop beacon is. Maybe. I may just have to rename this one. If it's what I think it is, I'll just have to rename it. Because I'm pretty sure that leads to the transporter. No, actually, it probably doesn't, because I named that one transporter. I don't remember. I should have named these things better. That's the problem I'm running into now, is I named these things poorly. And it's not able to go that way. Tell you what, though, honestly, I really do miss the sea moth. That thing was amazing. This sea truck is not so much. I mean, don't get me wrong, the storage capacity, the fact that it can hold my vehicle and everything is nice. And if I wanted to build the aquarium module, which I really don't want to right now, or, well, I could build the sleeper module, I would build the sleeper module. But I don't have all this stuff for it. Biggest problem right now is I've got I want to find the stuff. I can't remember what it is. Some of it might be the stuff I've turned beacons off for and haven't been back to. But for now, we're going to head back toward the dock here for the sea truck, let it charge up the power cells for a little bit. And then just take a look at some stuff, because I need to figure out some stuff so I can remember where I need to go.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
So, now that we're here, I can turn you off, because I don't think... Turn you off, I can turn you off. Turn you off. You off. The distress call isn't going to help, because that's where the game... That's the first distress call of the game. I don't know if I've actually found you, which is the only reason why you're still on, because I can't... I don't think I've found you yet. This one I will never find again. It glitched and fell through the map, and it just won't go away. Well, we know what this one is, so we can change the color of that one, because I know I just placed that one. The prawn suit's staying, because that's a huge underground base, and I kind of do want to explore more. We can change the color of you. Transporter I can turn off, because that's not going to help. Alien tail can get turned off, because that's by the robotics lab. I mean, the only thing I can think of is it could be by one of these. What was that? Alright, we're gonna try. Well, first we're gonna get food and stuff and see if we can, what does it need to make that the booster tank? It just needs a... Actually, I think I have another high. I do. Okay, so we don't need that. We're just gonna... We need a wiring kit. All right, so wiring kit requires 2 silver. Do I have any? We're gonna grab the salt, because I'm gonna need the salt. And then we're gonna have to come in here and we're gonna have to clean out all the stockpiles of stuff on here. Having a full sea truck isn't gonna help me, because apparently I don't have any silver here. That's fine. And well, if you're still here, Shadow, have you played this Subnautica yet? I know you were playing the other one, the first one the other day. We're gonna probably need to also make more storage lockers. Yeah, I have beat below 0 also. That's good to know, because right now I'm a little... I'm a little directionally challenged at the moment. I found part of the ship. The Mercury ship, I think it is. And I need to find it again. And that's why I'm going around trying to figure out what beacon it was by, or what mass it was by, because I don't remember... I don't remember where it was. I'm pretty sure, like you were saying earlier, and I don't know if you were in here when I was talking about it, it's by the, I'm pretty sure it's by the, cave base area, because I need to be able to get that piece to advance the story, and I just can't find it. Alright, so we just cooked you.
Vital signs stabilizing.
So if you, I mean, I wouldn't be against it if you can help me try to refresh my memory for where that module is. I can't find it. And the other thing that I'm trying to figure out how to get to is the stalker fur. I've yet to find a stalker other than the one on that woman's base under the caves, so I can build the cold suit. So I mean, if you felt up to it and, you know, could maybe point me in the right direction again so I can try to figure out where I'm going, because I'm honestly kind of lost right now. I would not mind it, and I'd actually appreciate it. Let's see, what do I have? I have no water, so we need to make 3 water and 3 food. Unfortunately, my man, I don't remember that. Remember at all. Oh, no big deal. I can't remember myself, like, you know, and I don't want to sit here and look at. I don't want to look at guides while trying to play, because it's not the greatest thing. We're just going to explore and see what happens. All right. Let's get silver so I can. Well, let's see if I have silver. I should have at least 2, I hope. If not, we're silver hunting before we do anything. Let's start dumping stuff too, because we have to. Okay, we got to put that on the charger.
Seek fluid intake.
Because we have to start
Vital signs
unloading the
stabilizing.
sea truck. I got 1 silver. Oh, I got plenty of silver. All right, good. So let's make the wiring kit. And maybe this booster will. Oh, it can be made here. Okay.
Equipped with only a booster tank, Dr. Felicity Aman once escaped the underwater acid tentacle forest on planet Alpha 671.
So wonder how much. So the booster tank gets me 90 seconds of oxygen. So basically it's the same. And it gives a speed boost. Okay. So it's not going to be super helpful. But it's not going to not be helpful. Done that real quick. I need to do that before I. Alright. So we're gonna unload pretty much everything off of here, short of the few things I do want to keep with me. We're gonna leave you here. Also, can't stick you in there though for now. Nope, I actually want the batteries to stay. Alright. So we're gonna we're gonna probably need to build more storage units in here now. I really wish. I wonder if you can. Do I have it? We're gonna try something because now I have an idea that I don't know if it's gonna work, but we're gonna try it because I want to see if I can do it. Where? And I think I just got my answer though. Oh, maybe not. You know what? I think I know how I can do this. Nope. We're gonna try something here because I have all my inventory's full. Crap. If I can do this, then I can just okay, good, it will. So we're gonna do something I haven't actually tried before. Probably gonna flood my base, so but that's fine. We'll deal with it if it happens. Except we need more titanium. Which, because of how I just did everything, I can't get it that way.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I'm gonna keep you with me. Why I didn't think of this sooner instead of doing it the hard way. Alright, so I've got some limited titanium there. Maybe it'll be enough to finish connecting these. Find out. Fine, we'll have to go. We can go in this way and see if I have any more titanium. Worst case scenario, I just gotta go farm for it. Now you can stay there because that's fine. Now we are gonna have to. We are gonna have to farm for titanium though. It's like that should be good to get it to line up. We just need. Yeah, it looks like I'm actually going to be... Looks like I went a little... That's fine. We'll just deal with it. Maybe. Oh, we're just going to actually fix it. Since we don't... Went too far forward. We're gonna... So I don't have... So I need more titanium. So we have to go on board here. I may as well see what the structural integrity is too. After I go to the scanning room and set it to find more titanium or salvage for me, whichever I can. It's going to be titanium. Don't have it where I can do salvage, that's fine. Let's check the base's integrity. Okay, so we need quite a bit more because before I can connect this and all, I need to before I can connect this, I need to reinforce my structural integrity, otherwise my base will flood because I've got nothing left. Let's see. Oh, that's right. You're in the sea truck storage compartment. That's fine. Let's go equip that. Help you. Where did I put you? There we go. So we need to go get some more titanium. We need to get enough to reinforce the base before I can worry about anything else. You know what? I just thought of where one of those things was. I do have to turn on those beacons again. Because one of those, the mushroom things I'm looking for are underground. They are in one of the... I remember now. I don't remember which one, but I remember. I'm gonna try and fill up as much titanium, hold on to as much titanium as I can, which is 6 more for now. I remember when I was saying I was perfectly fine on titanium. Oh, I'm not gonna need any more. And now look at it. This might actually be... So we're in one of the sea monkey caves, and there's something. I gotta move for a minute. I already have a bunch of those. That's not what I thought it was. I'm gonna grab the sulfur. So I can get 3 more titanium with what I just picked up. I want to avoid that plant thing because there's a. I mean, I might have been close enough; it would have done it already, but I don't remember the exact distance you have to be. Some of them will grab you and just eat you. It's like, I'm not taking that chance. Two happens twice, I think you die. Want you? I just want. Guess I can take the copper. It's not really what I wanted, but we can take it. We'll make our way back. We should be okay for now. Oh, there we go. That worked. So we'll make our way back. We'll see if we can get some structural integrity upgraded. And then finish connecting the base, and then we're gonna make our way back toward some of those beacons and find the stuff that I needed, or try to find the stuff that I needed. Let's replenish oxygen before I do anything else. Holy fuck.
Seek fluid intake.
The hell was that? God damn. Ah. Hi, Hydra. Definitely. You definitely got me there. How's your Sunday going? I forgot about that one. But hopefully you're having a good Sunday. Oh, I'm awake now. Could have used that last night, though, I'll tell you what, because I was playing the game last night and I could just feel the crash come in, and I had to just end because I couldn't keep my eyes open. All right, let's see. No, these have to be built outside. I'm good. My birds lay in a little more than an hour. Okay. That could be fun. All right, let's reinforce. No, it's. Why can't I? What am I missing? Oh, crap. You need lithium to reinforce. I forgot.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Come on. We're gonna grab. Okay, well. I'm gonna grab 2 lithium. I'm gonna do an attempt at 2 reinforcements before I try to connect it here, because I don't want a flooded base if I can avoid it. Come on. Yo, see where it might be worth sticking 1 more reinforcement. Or we just say forget it and we just try and attach it, because it got me 7 integrity. We'll try it. Worst case scenario, the base floods.
Calorie intake recommended.
Let's see. And I don't have any water, so we'll deal with that in a minute. There we go. Now let's see if the base is flat. Looks like it should be fine. If I read that right, looks like I've got 4 integrity left. Yep. Alright, so let's see here. In that case, I've got 4 integrity left. I can use... I don't think these count against integrity. But I know that I'm gonna need more. Alright. No, you're gonna be deconstructed then. Alright. So now I got my long ass tunnel here. Which takes me to my sea truck dock. Batteries are staying, you're staying. We're coming with me. Alright, so we can start dumping some of this stuff, and then I can see we're gonna have to gather food resources and whatnot here in a minute before we can progress further. Because I need to find some of the... Well, I can just look real quick. What was it I wanted to make? Can't remember now, but it required... I can't do that because I don't have the resource. I don't remember. I'll find out in a minute. You know what? I'm doing this because this is going to drive me nuts. I mean, I'm glad there's a bunch of titanium by me, but I don't want to see it at the moment. Just too much clutter on the screen. Let's see. You're good. You're good. As a matter of fact, you know what? We're just going to do this. Keep everything like that semi together. All that's coming from me. Right. Go. That locker, well, that's fine. That can stay there. So then we're almost empty. Good thing to always keep a mobile vehicle construction bay with you, I've discovered, in case, you know, something gets destroyed. Although I've yet to have anything like that get destroyed. I want you and you. I don't need any of you. Almost unloaded with the sea truck for everything I want to take off. I don't have any water, so we have to go get water now. Or go get fish to turn into water. I got that water suit thing. I want to see what it requires to make it, but I don't have, well, I know what it requires to make it, I just don't have all the pieces. Any more? Yes. That'll at least get me enough for water. It'd take me a while to get used to this base now that it's gotten bigger again, because I'm just gonna keep getting lost with my direction for what's outside. But we can manage. I need you. Alright, so I've got one cured. I've got 5 fish. Should have salt. I can cure one more. So I got 5 fish. We're gonna make 3 into water, cure one, and cook the other one so I can eat now. We're gonna eat the cooked fish.
Vital signs.
I didn't want to drink all 3 bottles of water, but... Alright, so let's go clear off the sea truck, the inventory that last little bit. Was... No, we're gonna just do this. This way I don't have to keep opening them unnecessarily. Just stay empty. There's nothing in there. You're staying there. It's this. It's coming. Alright. So now that we got everything off the sea truck that I don't need, and I say don't need loosely because chances are I'm going to end up needing some of it. Too bad you weren't. You'll get me on the next one, not when I'm swimming. Someone will. It always happens. That's okay. I like to see, you know, I don't mind being given a good jump scare every once in a while. And, you know, if there's one thing I can say there, Shadow, you know, you're good at it, and there's a few others that are good at it too. Like, Hydra's gotten me a few times. And a few others too. Alright, so I don't have... Alright. So, before we do anything, we're gonna take and set this to salt deposits. If I need salt deposits, how's my stuff? Okay. Come on. Holy
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
Yeah, whoever did that one definitely.
Your weakness is pathetic.
That's a good one to get me with, and thanks for the bits there, Hydra, for that jump scare. That one gets me every time I hear it. Like every time I hear it, that one gets me. Let's see. No, what I need is you. Yeah, that's a good one. I just that one. Oh, we're just gonna do salt right now. Can't do any. I won't survive without salt. And you know, I should just look because there is the refrigerator in this game. I have yet to actually make it. I don't even know what it requires to make it because it could. I can't. I don't think I can build it on the sea truck. This doesn't seem like I can build anything on the sea truck, but it might make some of the cooked fish last longer. I'll have to see what I need to build it. But right now, I'm not worried about it. I'm just looking for salt. Because I need salt to keep my fish from going bad. Heck, I didn't pick it up this time yet. I've only done it once this game. Last Subnautica, every time it seemed like I went toward that beacon, I picked it up. It's 5 salt. I do want more salt. I kind of want to fill up every inventory slot I can with salt. Salt. That salt's probably underwater somewhere. What's the sea monkey got? Nothing. We have to surface real quick. Yeah. Find all the salt. Look, now I'm getting like directionally challenged again, and I'm in the area I should be pretty familiar with. And it'd be fun when I make my way out toward the areas I'm struggling with right now. Make some more salt. How much do we have? We got 4, 7, 6, 7. So I can hold 7 more. I really want to try to get 7 salt. I think this is a... I'm not really worried about the egg. Those are so common that I'm not going to pick it up. Need to avoid the like those like fish there because they hurt.
Calorie intake recommended.
As I found out the hard way. How are we looking so I can get 3 more pieces of salt? Quartz. Right now I don't need quartz. I will need it eventually, I'm sure, at some point, but I don't need it right now. Who else? Who else is good at the jump scares? I got one of my mods when they are able to come in. Tiny Teaser, she's very good at getting me.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen.
When it comes to the jump scares. A couple of those are really the only people that do come around lately that actually have gotten me really good with jump scares. A few random people here and there. Let's let my oxygen go back up. Yo. I mean, I almost, I don't mind it, but almost at the same time, like, I don't want to, blast myself and say, bring it on, because if it's going to be, if I tell someone that, I got a hunch that there's people out there that are really, really good at it. I mean, it's fine. It's just, I'm not, timing wise, I'm not good at it. We also have an ad starting here in about a minute, everybody. It would be a 3-minute ad. It'll give me time to stretch and everything. That one was good. I'll give you that. That one was good. I just got to figure out some, like, I got to figure out some stuff to make that come up differently in a sense, too. There's like some bot settings and things I got to learn still to make that stuff come up differently, because it doesn't. I love the scares when it happens, and thank you, Shadow. But the thing is, like, what the hard part is, it only pops up. It doesn't pop up directly in front of me, so I see it. It pops up on other screens. And that's something I gotta try to fix, because this way I can get them. Gotta move. So I can try to get that to come up while I'm playing in the game, so it'll come up where I see it and not have to like glance to the right. Alright, we are in a short ad break, everyone. I'll see everyone back in a few minutes. Thanks for sticking around. Right, and we are back. Thanks for sticking around. Just one moment, please. Alright, go. Let's, yeah, needed 2 more pieces of salt. But yeah, as for like having to get those things in order, if anyone, you know, if either, you know, Hydra or Shadow, because I know you guys both do some streaming stuff too, you got anything that might help to actually make it so those stairs populate on my screen while I'm playing a game instead of out of my peripherals, I would not be against coming up with something like that. If you have any advice on something like that that may help. The problem with this is there are so many bots out there And I'm still trying to figure out which ones are best. It's time to get the hell out of here. I don't know what that was for sure, but we have all this salt I can carry. My inventory's full. Now I can drop the salt off and have to go get food because I don't have.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I don't have enough. Okay, well I can turn these 3 into cured food. And then I can go stash them. Well, I can eat one now. Because otherwise I'm going to get yelled at by the game and told to eat soon. Did you get the planter boxes yet? I do have them, yes. I just don't have any seeds at the moment. What was I? We're gonna turn the salt off. Now let's see, now that I have that real quick, let's take a minute and see if I can try to find what I was looking for, because there was... Okay, well the synthetic... No, it wasn't that. What was it? It was for the grappling arm, I think. The benzene, that's right. And I gotta find it, and it's by one of those... Okay, well that's not it. I need the flowering spores, I don't remember where those are. And I need the young cotton animal. I can't even say it, so I'm not even gonna try. But I need the young cotton there, and I need the flowering spores, which I found these somewhere, the flowering spores, and these as well. I drowned both times though and don't remember where. That's the problem I'm running into right now, is I drowned and I don't know where they were at. Alright, so I don't have anything I can make water with at the moment. So now I have to kind of figure it out. So it's 1, 2, 6, 12, 14. Okay. So technically I can get 14 bladderfish and make 14 more cured fish, which really isn't practical right now. Because I don't need 14 of that, because that would give me no water. Try not to pick this up. Yeah, I'll show you where the planter boxes are, the few I've got at the moment, the ones that are outside. I haven't built any of the indoor ones yet. So there aren't any more there. Actually, I'll just do it real quick. So currently I've got 3 planter boxes built up here. I've yet to put anything in there because I don't have anything. I know I can get, I should probably do that. You know what? Let's do that real quick. Where's it at? Did I turn that beacon off? There's a white flower thing you need, and also the chili peppers. I have yet to see any of them, but if I find them, I'll try. I'll grab some and plant them right now. Oh, there's a couple of you. Let's just focus on getting you guys right now. There's 2 islands. There's the one with the emergency shelter, and then there's another island. I've been to both of them. I haven't fully explored them yet. One of them I need that. What do I need? Islands of plants in the caves. Yeah, I haven't fully explored them yet. I gotta go back. My problem was I didn't have resources properly to explore them. And I also encountered the worm thing, the snow worm. What that snow worm honestly kind of reminds me of, like the Tremors. I want to try to fill up on these fish because they don't see. But that's also on one of the islands is also where I lost my snow fox. One of them, it just fell through the map and glitched, and I can't get it back. And of course, I had to put one of the like powers, like heavy duty batteries, the ion battery in it. So I don't know when it's gonna die. I do have to make my way back there further. I will be probably. Oh, my inventory is full. Okay, wasn't paying attention to that. All right, so let's go take stock of how much stuff I've got. All right, so I've got 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So we're going to turn. Okay, so we're going to make like 5 bottles of water, 6 bottles of water. And then we'll see how much we got for fish that are cooked, and we'll just probably make 5 more cured fish. And keep the rest in the sea truck with the salt, so this way I have extras should I need it. Let's we will salt. That's all I can grab at the moment. And we'll cure 2 more of you. And then we'll grab some more salt and we'll cure 2 more. And then after that, we'll do 1 more, and then we'll just dump the rest on the. Well, dump the fish on the ship, or the ship, sea truck. And the salt on the sea truck as well. So now we're just gonna start prepping to go because we're gonna move toward some of those beacons and get moving. Raw food is going to be stored there, and the salt will go with it. And what we'll probably end up doing too is grabbing some of the, if I have them, I have to see, but grabbing some of those things, we'll see. I don't think I have any, so. But basically, there's things in the game that can turn snow into. You can turn snow into drinkable water. All right, we're gonna go ahead and grab these because they're full. And I was about to do it the old way and just jump into the water and go for a swim. You know, we haven't done this in a while. We're gonna be smart and save, because I don't remember when the last time I saved was. All right, here we go. So we have a decent reserve. We're gonna keep you with me. I don't think I'm gonna need the mineral detector or the headlamp for now. Everything else can, no, you can stay there, because actually I don't need you. All right, so what we're gonna do is we are going to turn on all of these. That's what I'm looking for, at least some of what I'm looking for is at one of those. Then we're gonna find out which one I need to go to. So we're just gonna go towards Z13 for now. And who knows, maybe it will also lead me back toward the island where the bridge beacon is. Actually, no, I can't go there. I would have to go to the other place first, because my snow fox isn't at this island, it's at the other one. That, or I'd have to go build another snow fox. Because without it, I'm not going to survive on these islands. The flare is good, but it's not gonna keep me warm enough for everything. Trying to remember. I'm under the ice, so we're gonna have to get out from under the ice, figure out where we need to go. Thinking I need to start moving deeper, so we're just gonna end up. It's not the one I wanted to go toward, but we're just gonna go toward this one because that's the one that's in front of me now, because I got turned around by the trying to navigate around with the ice and whatnot. I don't know if this is actually the one. This one's a pain to find. I don't think it's the one I'm looking for either, because the one I'm looking for was just a straight drop down. It wasn't any like actual. I didn't have to like searching for caves or whatever. It just kind of showed up when I was going toward it. So I don't think that that one's right. Glad I don't have to live in like this environment in real life though, because I wouldn't last very long. I would. One of two things would happen if I had to live in this environment. I would either, well, three. I'd either be killed by some of the wildlife, die of starvation, or die from getting lost and drowning because I have no sense of direction. Hardly have sense of direction in real life, let alone in a game where you easy to get lost. We have to be really careful and really quick here. There's no room to stop. Shit will fuck me up like this. Fuck. And I can't do anything except take it. And I can't even stop to repair. If I do, they're gonna fuck my shit up even more. Oh, let me go. I have to get to a semi-safe place so I can repair.
Seek fluid intake. Vital signs stabilizing.
Okay, let's have the repair tool out. I need to do a quick scan around. I don't have a choice. I have to repair. Otherwise, I'm going to lose it with one more. Hit from one of these things. So far, these are the worst ones I've ran into, though. I mean, honestly, I'd rather run into the EMP fish. So at least the EMP fish, you know, leave me they make it so I can't move, and they leave me alone. I don't have time to really look around here. I just kind of need to keep moving. I think the architect's body cache had some of the mushrooms, but I could be wrong. So we'll try to make it there, see what it's got. If it's got what I need, that's great. If it doesn't, we will turn it off. We can go somewhat further down. That's it, though. That's as far down as I'm going to take you. Because I can only bring you 300. Let's go for this one first because it's maybe. No, there we go. There's the one I was looking for. It's just the directions. Like I said, I'd get lost in this if very easily, and I don't think this is actually even what I need, but I don't remember. Already been there, already scanned this. So we're not in the right spot. See if I can find one semi-close. Worst case scenario, I drown, and then I start back at the sea truck at least. I also do have that other oxygen tank, provided I don't drop it again, like the other one. So this is really not where I wanted to go. I mean, I do want to be here when I can eventually try to get into that room that's got the her pet in my way. It prevents me from getting into the room that's got some of the upgrades I need. I just don't know how to get it to move. Got that, don't need that. We do have to be careful though, because once we get to certain areas, A, the volcanic stuff, and B, eventually somewhere down here, I found out last night briefly that there is a Leviathan somewhere down here. I just have yet to actually find out where. Fully. I am way too far from my sea truck though for comfort right now. Nope, those are just gonna give me titanium because they're thermal modules. I've already got them. It's kind of nice how interconnected all of this stuff is, kind of, but also a pain in the butt to find it. Only plus side is now I just made it back to her base, which is nasty inside, extremely disgusting. But at least I can get oxygen replenishment. And it tells me I definitely am not in the right spot.
Seek fluid intake.
Okay, so now I just gotta...
Hello there.
What's up, Zach, man? How's it going today? On this Sunday for you? Hopefully you're having a good Sunday. I am kind of lost right now, trying to find resources and whatnot. Been lost for a while now. Can't remember where anything is. What's up? I'm well. How are you? I'm pretty good. Just lost right now. Almost lost my sea truck like 6 times in the past 2 playthroughs. Trying to find these resources. I was told last night I made it close to the Leviathan, and then I drowned. So it didn't matter. Because I didn't have enough oxygen because I did a complete and utter noob mistake, and I went to turn on my oxygen tank, or swap them, and instead of swapping it, I dropped it, and then I drowned. Alright, so this is not the right one. Where did I put my sea truck? Where did I put it? Oh shit, I am way off from my sea truck right now. I'm in like extremely fucked zone right now. I have to be really careful here. I brought my sea truck slightly into a cave. So I wanna... Well, right now I'm worried about surfacing. Could be good though. But then I gotta make my way back to the sea truck and regroup. Probably gonna have to do these, turn this stuff off and reorganize, like do them one at a time too. Because there's too much on the map. So right now we're just gonna make it back to the sea truck. And then when we get back to the sea truck, I'll try to prioritize stuff differently. I have to be, yeah, no, well, I still have to be careful, but it's not what I thought it was, so. Not the EMP shark thing, for lack of a better way to call it. I'm pretty sure, though, that ship I need, and I'm trying to find at least the one part of it somewhere this way, but I can't find it anymore. And that's the problem. It's kind of why I'm turning, like, I turned off all the, like, actual beacons of place. Picked up quite a, well, not all of them. Well, the ones I placed, I think I turned them all off, but what do you, right? Where? Yeah. Where's that? Where'd my sea truck go? I don't see it anymore. Thing is that I need to find. I don't know where my sea truck is. I don't see it. I don't see my sea truck anymore. It's my base. There is. Oh, it's okay. That would explain why I didn't see it. But real quick, before we even do that, nope. We're gonna surface. So once we get back to the sea truck, we're gonna try a different approach. We're gonna turn off like all the beacons except for one, and just focus on that one. I mean, I'm not gonna turn off my base beacons or anything like that, but we're gonna turn off all the other ones. So we're going to focus on just one of you. And the one I want to focus on, I think, is the Architect's Body Cache. Because I think that's the one that's got the mushroom things I'm looking for. Let's see. Is there anything else? We can turn you off for now. We can leave you on. Even turn you off. I'm not turning up anything else though. Actually, no, I want to leave you on for the reason that you're the one I know I can find. This is the one that glitched on the map and I will never be able to get back. All right. So that being said, let's do this before the game yells at me to. Right now, let's see. Now we're just gonna get out of here, and then we'll figure out stuff after I get out. Once I figure out where out is. Starting to think I shouldn't have brought the sea truck in here. But we found it. We got out. So just step in the right direction. Alright, so now we got. Well, that's just kind of. That's the base. That's the sea truck. I should have one. Don't I have one of you on? Or did it turn off? I have you on. Alright, that's fine. Let's see if I can find you. That's so this one's somewhere under. I don't think that's the right one then. Because the one I'm looking for is just like a open cave, basically. Can't remember where it was though. I don't think it was in this area though, so we want to kind of. I don't want to. Actually, part of me does want to be here. Part of me doesn't want to be here. That's going to take me close to the base. Let's just. I can't remember which one it was. We're just gonna try I think problem for me right now is like they're so easy to get like turned around here that I don't know. I don't know where I'm going. And I can't remember because of my poorly placed beacons and everything in this game. And I gotta avoid that. That's the EMP shark, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't really want to be EMP'd. See, it was whichever one it is I'm looking for, it was pretty much a straight drop down from it. There was no cave. Well, there was a cave, but it was a straight drop down pretty much at that cave. And that's the one that's got the little mushroom things that I need. I don't think it was I don't know if it was here or not.
Warning.
This is...
Maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Fix that. Yeah, we're gonna chance it. Probably gonna regret it, but we're gonna chance it. Nope. I don't care. I don't want to scan you. I just want you to leave me the hell alone. This isn't the one I was looking for. I'm 99% sure this is not the one I was looking for. Nope, not the one I was looking for. Get out of here. Okay, try to get out of here. I really want the like the shield for this thing, but I can't get it yet. Once we get to like surface level, I'm gonna
Calorie intake recommended.
actually let's just do it now. So it wasn't that one. So since we've done that, we're just gonna color it orange. So if I've already done it and I've already been there and it wasn't what I was looking for, I'm just gonna color it orange. Next one we're gonna look for is Q59, which is that way. All right, so first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna actually probably not the smartest move, but we're gonna chance it right here. All right. Should be good. Find out when yeah, everything else is fine. We're gonna make our way here and see if this is what I'm looking for. And if it's not, again, we'll just make it the orange color and then move on to whichever one is next. But we do have to be attentive to my surroundings here. I'm glad I repaired before coming in, because this area is an area that's almost cost me the sea truck more times than I would like to admit. Kind of wanted to go exploring in that, and I should have brought a beacon. I didn't have a beacon with me at the time, but it's like, no. There was an area the game said, basically warning, your death is imminent if you go this way. And I tried to go that way, and then a bunch of stuff showed up. It was like a dead zone, like nothing was living there according to the game. It's like, well, you lied a little bit. Good shit, I found what I've been looking for this entire time. By accident, but I found it. At least part of it. No thanks. Turn off the light as to not attract attention. And let's try to find an entrance. I don't have anything here to make a beacon now. Looks like that could be considered an entrance. gonna give you a minute to chill. Do I have... Let's just stash this stuff. Let's take a couple of you out. We're gonna make you into water. I don't know if this is gonna be the one I need. If this would be the part of the ship I need, but I also need to see. I know I can't make a beacon because I don't have any of those resources here with me. And I don't think I took them all off. Those are all batteries. There's not going to be a beacon in there. That's just the cannon. So if I can get the stuff I need, maybe I can make a beacon. Take a look at the outside first before we venture inside. So this looks like it's the engine part. I don't see anything in the outside I can scan, so it looks like we're just gonna have to venture inside. Before we do that, we're gonna jump back in the sea truck to replenish my air supply. Now we're gonna venture on in. I do need to be careful in here though, because I have, well, if I can venture on in this way. Doesn't look like I can. Alright. I have, I think I've been in here once before and I drowned though, so we have to be careful. I got lost. Maybe I haven't been to this one? Maybe. I don't remember though. Whichever one I was at, I actually was able to go in and explore and drown in. So it probably wasn't this one because this is the first time I'm cutting a door open. Thank goodness they have oxygen plants down here, but it's not letting me use it. There we go. It might need to repulse our cannon, which
Calorie intake recommended.
I think I've got the repulsor cannon with me. Don't need you right this moment. Nutrient blocks, that'll be useful. Where's this? Plus side is though, you know, at least this time, if I do end up drowning, I drown by my... I'll respawn in the sea truck, which is right outside. I know it's not the greatest thing. So it's part 1 of 3 for something I need. Wiring kit. Now we do want to go to the oxygen plant. If it will let me. I don't know why it's not letting me. There we go. I've already been that way. There was another door though. This door. Glad I brought up some extra batteries with me. And I'm glad I got some on the sea truck as well, so. And I've got the extra oxygen tank ready to go if I should need it. No, another.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Let's see if I can find like a.
Oxygen.
That'll buy me a minute. And this, since my inventory is full, I can also do a inventory dump. That. Don't need the power cell, actually. I don't want you in there. You're the ultra high, you're the, okay. You're the batteries one. What are you? You're the propulsion cannon. You can grab you. You might. I don't want to use that. We use that. So we will. I can actually move you to. That's not the one I wanted you on. We want you on 4. I want you on 2. You on 1. Where's the laser cutter? You on 3. And what we're also going to do is we're going to replace your battery. We're going to take 2 good batteries. Stash you. I'm not stashing you. I can stash the flare. All right, let's go back at it. Let's turn the light off. Came from this way, I'm pretty sure. Oh, kind of. I see where Copper wire, not gonna turn that down. I don't really care about scanning the fish right now. I need to find that other... There was another door. Where was the...
Calorie intake recommended.
That'll get me by for a little while longer. I don't remember. We're gonna go look. No, actually I probably have been here because it's probably one of those times I died. This is all stuff I was carrying at one point. How did I... Really? How did I drop that? Now I have to go. I have the flashlight with me because that was my light. I don't know how I managed to drop that. I need that back. There was... So I lost the door again. So what we're going to do is we're going to heal up and heal up. Replenish my oxygen and just not move for a minute. Then we're going to go back in this way because I found the door coming this way. So maybe by using the same plan, the same way, and actually maybe it's good enough. I can get in. And I just turned something off or dropped something. I gotta find out what. Reactor rod, that's useful. What was there? What did I have there? Was it the... I think it was that. Scrap metal. I'm not worried about the scrap metal. And we got an ad starting in about a minute here, everyone. Be a 3-minute ad. Give me a minute to stretch and refill my water and things of that nature. So what we're going to do is for directional sake, we're just gonna, and not to mention it, my inventory is almost full again. We're gonna head here, drop off the inventory. You can stash the salt for now. That should be starting any minute here. All right. And that's a quick ad break. I'll see everybody back in about 3 minutes. Thanks for sticking around. All right, and we are back. Thank you for sticking around, everyone. Let's go ahead and do a quick save. And let's see. All right, my inventory's fairly well off. Let's just keep moving. Try to finish navigating through this ship here and see if I can find that door I lost. It wasn't that way. It's probably one of those I have to go up to go down type things. Maybe. Alright, let's see. Some more copper wire. This might have been where I got lost. That way takes me out, so I think it was...
New creature discovered.
Let's see if I can scan it. If it stop moving long enough. That wasn't, I mean, glad to know it's there, but it's not where I wanted to go necessarily. There's a door somewhere here I have lost. Something in there. Just be mindful of my oxygen levels. But I really don't like what I'm hearing right now. Let's replenish, because I don't... Okay, and for now, let's just drop some of this stuff. I have a locker that's not full. Don't need all those batteries with me. Alright, let's go back. Let's just... start this way. I've already been through that. Up. Swear the door I lost was somewhere. Oh. It isn't necessarily the door I lost, but can I cut this door open? No. So... So that's probably your cut open from the other side, if I had to guess. Ooh. PDA, I didn't see before. Right now, I'm just glad whatever that is not in here. Let's see. Nothing else in here. So there's another door. Okay, that's the piece I got. So I don't need to be down here anymore because there was nothing else in here.
Seek fluid intake.
Come
Vital signs stabilizing.
I didn't see this that I'm aware of. So let's take a look. Okay, the Mercury 2 PDA. Wonder if I can. Is that the? Yes, it is. Okay. Anything? I think that's all I'm gonna find here. I still feel like I'm missing that door. Just see. No, okay, that's fine. That way isn't gonna help. I think we're done here. I think we got everything I can look to get here. So I think it's just time to go. I don't need you. I don't need the metal fragment right now either.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
We should be alright. As long as I don't get snatched by anything, we should be good. Alright, let's see. Did we get one of the blueprints for that piece that I needed? Parallel processing unit. Is that what I needed? Yes, so I know from playing through the game there's 2 more pieces of this ship lying around somewhere on this map. The problem is I don't know where. Is there anything new that I can make at the moment? I mean, I kind of want to stay in this area just because I feel like they're gonna be close to here. And I don't have a beacon, so I don't want to have to come back. I mean, I do have a kind of sort of frame of reference. I still can't find the spiral plant clipping, so I can't make that. All right, so since we've got... Only problem is I'm starting. I think my entire... Not yet. But we are getting there. Let's eat you real quick. So we're just gonna... So Q59 is a good reference for this. So we're gonna leave Q59 on because that's a good reference should I need to return to this ship. But I also don't like this here. I think that's another one of the EMP sharks. That's scrap metal. So, I mean, I do have Q59 as a frame of reference. This, but is that the same? Yes, it is. But did I? Don't think I explored this side of you. Alright, so we are. Just gonna see. I don't know. We're just gonna take our chances and see if maybe part of it went this way when it hit. Because the engines were behind to the back of it, so logically I would imagine that. Oh shit. That it's somewhere this way. But I also have to be careful in this area. Again, because of those EMP sharks, which those are the worst things I run into in this area. Not that bad. Can't remember what I'm looking for is down there. That's part of the problem. Some of the stuff I'm looking for is in certain areas, but it's not. I don't think it's here. No, I already know where I'm at. I will try it. Worst case, I get stuck. Got it. Not sure what that one is for sure. It could be the piece I need for the sleeper module. So I'm gonna go find out. No, it's the aquarium module. I think I've already got that. That's fine though. What? That's copper. That's quartz. Is that? I don't know what that is. You know what? Go find out. Looks like it's nickel.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
That's copper.
Set fluid
That's
intake.
it's copper as well. It's fine. You know what? We came out here. We may as well get some copper. We'll finish off this one. It's quartz. I'm not really. All right. Copper. I'm not really hurting for copper, but. So let's just keep pushing this way. I haven't, that I know of, I haven't been here. And the one thing I'm hoping we don't find, or I don't find, is that, well, honestly, I kind of want to find it again. Just go see, but I kind of don't want to find it. Like that ecological dead zone where it got really interesting, really fast, and I just booked it out. I don't know what's down here. Gotta go find out. Okay, yeah, I know what this is. I've already been here. There's like there's no reason for me to be down here. Just stay over there. Leave the light off. Less likely to see me. Doesn't mean it's impossible, but shit, and that's not what I wanted to do. Fuck, leave me alone. I'm not careful. Shit, I gotta get out of here. I need to be able to repair, because one more good one of those, maybe two, it's gone. I've never, that I know of, I've never, shit. I've never ventured out this far. This is the closest I've come to losing this thing. And if I lose it, I haven't saved in a while, and it's really gonna suck. I'm gonna take my chances. I don't want to, but I don't really see much of a choice. No. gonna try to take it all the way up to 100. Probably not the smartest idea, but or maybe it is. I don't know, but that's what we're doing. Probably not the smartest one either, but I'm saving here. At least it's at 100%. Power cells are almost, well, not almost dead, and I have extras, so. Just not of the ion power cells that are in there now. But anything would be better than nothing.
Warning. Maximum depth
Shit.
reached. Hull damage imminent.
It's fine, I can deal with that versus, you know, like being destroyed. I have no idea where I'm going now. We'll find out one way or the other.
Warning. Maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Let's try to get up to about 250 though, so I can have a little bit more. That should be good for now.
Warning. Maximum depth
Okay, or not.
reached. Hull
Let's
damage
again
imminent.
try to get up to 250. Okay, shit. Time just to keep moving. I saw it. I don't know what it was. Can't tell if it was one of the, I'm drawing a mental. The EMP sharks? I don't know what it was. But whatever it is, it's gnawing at me now, and it's got the cab of this about gone. Shh. Let me just get the fuck away from me. Shh. I'm in. Fuck! Shit, I'm fucked. I have nothing to save my ass. I'm screwed. Alright. That was not fun. Put me all the way back in my base. Did any of my sea trucks survive that, or is it all gone? There's a module. You know what? Doesn't matter. Nope. I'm reloading. I'm not doing that again. Nope, that's not gonna happen. That was not fun. We are definitely just, instead of venturing more toward the unknown, we're making my way back to the freaking base, clearing out cargo, and gonna see what I can do to try to upgrade my stuff here. I want the other depth module stuff, and I want the perimeter defense thing. If I had the perimeter defense thing, I probably would have survived that. That's too much work to lose everything there that way, so I'm not going to do that. Rip, just got to be prepared and get your stuff back. Yeah, definitely got to be better prepared. As for getting my stuff back, you know, it may have been cheap, but I just reloaded because I'm not going through that. Not right now. I know how much of a pain it is to have to rebuild vehicles, and there's too much rare stuff I picked up on here that I couldn't easily get back. So I decided to just reload. Glad I saved though, because if I hadn't saved before I lost this, that would have pushed me back probably like, yeah, at least probably at least an hour or two. Let's see. Get back to base, unload. And then, I don't know, we'll figure, take inventory and see what I can build and what I need to try to build the rest. But yeah, that was definitely a, FIFO moment. So, just too bad it didn't, too bad I lost.
Seek fluid intake.
Let's
Vital signs stabilizing.
there. Because venturing back into that area, even if I was able to build the new front module of the sea truck, that would have been a pain in the ass, I'm pretty sure. Now I'm all backwards again. Let's see. Made some changes, so I just got to figure out where. Shit, not hit my base. That's not a productive use of time. I definitely made some changes though this time, so this way I don't have to swim anymore.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Let's see. Start moving some of this stuff. Fish and salt can stay. The dead battery can come. Copper can come out. You can come, you three can stay there. Alright. So what I did was I interconnected the sea truck dock, so instead of having to swim, I can just walk in. How are you? Ironically, that generator is very efficient. Let's see. I'm probably going to actually need some of that titanium to make more storage lockers. Let's go charge the battery. Nope, that stuff stays. Salt can stay. We're actually gonna be a little smarter while we're here too this time. And grab or build beacons. I don't know if I have any. I think I've got them all out there. Let's I grab it. Good. I stick it in one of these lockers, probably. No, okay. So where did it? Yeah. I don't know where is it. Just say I'm a sea truck. Put up. It's not in there. It did. Okay. It's fine. Let's. This. Where are you? Oh, but I don't want you to have that. We don't need that. We are gonna grab some titanium, which should be in one of these. Build another wall locker because they seem to take up the least amount of floor space. I am curious though, and I do want to test this out, so I'm gonna see if I can actually build it. Find it though, that's the thing. Oh, it actually does do that. Okay, we're gonna build that then. So I need one piece of glass. So I need 2 pieces of quartz to get 1 piece of glass so we can build the refrigerator so I can stop having fish rot on me and I can save some salt. At least the base level. Let's see. Okay, so it actually has to sit on the ground. That's fine. Now let's see. Can I build? Already got you. Still can't build you only because I still can't get the synthetic fibers. I don't know where to find them. I want to be able to. Well, you I could make. So I could start taking you down lower, but the problem is until I can get the grappling arm, which I can't until I can get the benzene, I can't do that. I don't want a chance you getting stuck and not being able to get you out of there. And in order for benzene, I think I need those. No, those are the flowering spores. Found them once, I think, but I don't remember where because I drowned in that area. As for the synthetic fibers, I can't do anything until I can find the spiral plant clipping, which I have yet to find the spiral plant. I need 2 more pieces of this to be able to build this to be able to shut down the satellite on that planet, or on the planet, on the island. The Problem is, I don't know where to find those prints yet. I mean, I have a pretty good idea from the story and from finding the first one. It's just a matter of finding the wrecks. Let's see. Don't care about the aquarium. It just adds an extra layer of length to the sea truck that I don't need right now. Let's see. Anything I can use or anything I can do that can help make things easier for me at the moment. I can't even make that because I don't have the synthetic fiber or the aerogel. I don't think I can make. Well, it wouldn't matter if I can make it, but it doesn't matter because I can't make the synthetic fiber. All right, let's see. Is there any? Anything that can help me? Mercury logs.
Seek fluid intake. Vital signs stabilizing.
All right. Just trying to think. So we're gonna leave that one on because that one is useful. Just trying to see. Guess we can try. What we'll do is we'll try to make our way to a Z13. And we'll leave it labeled green until I can see it. Or is it green? No. Yes, we'll leave it labeled green until I can find it. And if I find it and it proves to be useful, I'll label it blue. If it's useless, I will just turn it off. It's not what I wanted to do. There we go. Let's see, how are we? Nope, not that one. Where did it? I think it's this one. Just gonna use you two to make some water for now. Because we've got the nutrient block, so. All right. So we're gonna see if we can find that green one, which is what? Z13. And just do these one at a time because otherwise I'm not gonna find half the stuff. Because there's gonna be too much to try to go for. That's I'm wondering if Z13 I don't remember there being one there, but it's possible. I know why I stopped looking for Z13 now. Because I had a hard time finding it because I got myself stuck. Already been there. Oh, that's... Oh. Yeah, that's not going to do anything. Basically, I'm just going to have to navigate myself around this iceberg stuff and go left. I think that's going to be the best thing I can do. Don't think... I don't think any of those were on land. Alright. I've already been to that one, so that one we're just going to ignore, even though that one proved the most useful. And also perhaps the most dangerous part of the game I've seen so far, short of the start of the Leviathan cave that I saw. So we're gonna try this a different way. At least this looks maybe like I'm going the right way. Kind of.
Seek fluid intake.
We're not gonna provoke the jellyfish things or whatever you want to call them. Alright, I think we're on track now for a change instead of going around in a circle and getting lost. I don't know if this is gonna give me what I need, but at least we're on the right track. Maybe. Alright, well, I am not equipped to be here because I don't have my snow truck. Or my snow truck, my snow box. So I'm not equipped to be here. So we're gonna... Now I know where it... Now that I know where it is again, this is what... Was the...
Calorie intake recommended.
Z13? Okay, so we're gonna make Z13 yellow as a point of interest come back to, because I don't have the snow fox, so I can't
Signs stabilizing.
go here and make it that well. Besides, it's also not the area I was looking for, because what I'm looking for is underwater. That is not. I'm pretty sure I know where that one is. I wonder. Thank you. Did I turn that back on? I didn't. We're gonna take my chances because now I think it's PK8. I'm right or I'm wrong. I mean, I think this one's the one that's got the mushrooms there. But it's also got me slightly worried because, okay, it's. All right, we're going to chance it, but we're going to have to pass pretty close to a really bad area that I really don't want to go towards. The thing is, if I could get that dog thing, the snow stalker to move, I'd be able to get the upgrade module for the perimeter shield for the sea truck. But since I don't know how to get the dog thing to move, and well, I think I know how. And how is going to be by shutting down that tower that she wants shut down. And then she'll chill and give me the stuff to make my life easier. But there's only one way to find out. And that's find the other two pieces to build of this blueprint to build the thing. This is part of the not so fun area. Matter of fact, just in case. And if I take a little bit of damage, I won't sweat it. But if I lose the whole cab of the sea truck again, no, we're reloading. I'm not going through that again. I just hope I'm right and this is my mushroom stuff. Because at least that'll mean I can do start one more potential upgrade. I've already been down there. But I don't know yet. I do know that just because of where we're coming up to, I'm going to be somewhat smart. I hope, and the smart decision is turning off the lights. This is another piece of the ship. I haven't been to this one. All right. It's not what I was looking for, I don't think. But let's see if I can, well, it isn't what I was looking for, but I found it. Let's see if I can find the way in. Shit. Not the way into a rock. I wonder if its way in is going to be. No, I don't want to leave that there. I want to leave it someplace that I do need to get out in a hurry, I can. That may have been the way in. Maybe. Possibly.
Seek fluid intake.
Want to,
Vital signs stabilizing.
need to... Go down here. Yes, if I can get there. Because of the angle I'm at. That's kind of angle you up a little bit. It's actually not attract any attention with the lights either. Is that my way in? No. Okay. This will be my way in. See what's in here. Another nuclear reactor, nothing wrong with that. Copper wire. Just kind of scan around and what was that? It was something I could scan. Oh, the command chair. One of these days I'll actually have to make this jukebox. There's what I'm looking for. That was easy. Or to find rather than once on the ship. Hard to find in general, but easier to find once on this section of the ship. I'm just so glad that that is outside. Kind of. Let's see. Anything else? Doesn't look like it. All right. Yes, we can pick up. You know, actually, I wonder, can I? No. So that means there will be something else. Maybe. We got an ad about to start here in a minute, everybody. It'll be a 3-minute ad break. Just give me a minute to go ahead, stretch, refill my water, and I'll. Just want to be thorough. And the site is underneath it. So I know, since that site's underneath it, I know I haven't been to this site. So I have no idea what to expect.
Warning. 30
We'll be
seconds
fine.
of oxygen remaining.
For now, we're going to board the sea truck. And we'll let that go ahead and wait for the ad here to start. We're going to break down some of this stuff and dump the unneeded stuff on the storage. Good, I can dump a good majority of that in there. All right. People, you know what? No, we won't. We shouldn't need them. Yeah, it should be starting any minute here, everyone. All right, we're in a quick ad break. I'll see everyone back in 3 minutes. Thanks for sticking around. All right, and we are back. Thank you for sticking around. Let's. At this point, I don't know what to expect because I've never found this. So, what we're looking for, this PK8, is uncharted stuff. I don't know what to expect down here. I just know to avoid the lava-like stuff, for lack of a better definition, plasma, whatever you want to call it. So it's that way. So and there's alien tech this way, so I'm gonna figure we're onto something. I don't know what this one. I don't know if I've been to this one. I might have been to this one. There's nothing here for me to scan. Yeah, I think I'm wrong. I think I have been to this one. Because Alan didn't respond. And there was nothing for me to scan.
Seek fluid intake.
Although I don't know how I would have been to it unless I didn't have the... I don't know how I would have been to it and not explored the ship. Alright, so let's head back to the sea truck and then see if we can find the third see if we can then find the third part of the ship. So by using PK8, it was useful. We can turn PK8, well, you can leave it on. E13 can be turned off for now. Okay, so we've been to those two. So now the question is, which one do I try next? See which one is kind of like in line to where we're at. Okay, so let's just try that one. I mean, I don't know if it's right or wrong, but we're gonna try it and see what happens. Oh, I gotta hop out for now. Good stream. Catch you next time. Oh, no problem, Shadow. Hope you have a good rest of your Sunday. I will see you on the next one. So this is either going to turn out to be right or wrong. We are going to find out, though. I mean, we've guessed right on 2 out of the 3 beacons today, though, so hopefully we're going to be right on beacon number 3. One way to find out. And I think we're wrong, actually. So we're going to forget about Euclid's. Because it looks like that's underground. So we're going to go ahead and try this one. It's more in line with that area anyway. We're just gonna see. I mean, it makes sense that it would be more something more like that way anyway, with how the ship went down and everything. And how, especially how, like, this last known position of the survivor that I've yet to be able to find anything except for that base in the cave underground. Have to be mindful here again because stuff likes to kill you here. I think we just found it. I'm pretty sure I just found what I was looking for. I don't think I've been here before, so this might be what I needed. Which means it's N6M. Somehow I guessed right but wrong. It's the first time I was wrong, but let's turn off the lights. Take a quick look around. See if I can find. Unless this is the one I was already at. If this is the one I was already at, that's gonna kind of suck. Because the entrance looks very similar to the first one of these I found. Yep, I was already here. Right. Oh, you know what? Let's just... Yeah, I was here. Yeah, this isn't the one I needed. So I was already here. I just gotta, now we gotta find the next one. Because the print already came from here. Alright, so why is Q59 on then? You know, I'm just gonna look. I'm gonna make sure I've already been here. I'd rather waste a little bit of time making sure I've already gotten the print from here than having to find out I'm wrong and have to come back.
Seek fluid intake.
And it shouldn't take that long for me just to find that out. Yes, I was wrong. I've already been to this one. That's fine though. I just will need to figure out where it's at. Where's the sea truck? Alright, so since I've already been here, just that gave me something new. Oh, the chair. That's fine. So try Where is it in relation to where I'm at? LFO is that way. Q59 is that way. I don't know if I've been to Q59. I guess we can try it. Can't remember. So that's fine. We don't want that one. We want LFO is 549 that way. We'll try LFO real quick because it's see if we can find LFO. And I was all excited though. I thought I found the last piece I needed and was going to be able to move on and advance and shut off that tower and see what it did. It's all right though. We'll find it. Let's see. I don't think it's going to be an LFO. Into this part? I don't know. I don't think so. We may, maybe. May have been to this one. Yes, I've been to this one. Alright, so we basically just and I doubt it's going to be down there. I think I've already been down here. We're just going to, I need to double check because I came this far again. I've backtracked here. I need to make sure that I've been here. Yeah, okay. I have been here, so we don't need to come down here again. There's my sea truck. All right, so LFO can be marked yellow because it's irrelevant. PK8 can be turned off because I don't need it on because it's just going to confuse me. LFO can be turned off. Or no, you need to be marked yellow. Which other one did I just mark? It's turned off now. So PK8. No. No, which one did I just... Z13. I don't know if that was a good or bad thing, because I haven't been to Z13 that I can recall. So for now, Z13 is just going to be marked. Hold on, why did it? Oh, I see what it did. All right.
Seek fluid intake.
For now, we're just going to mark Z13 red. See if I have any water left. Don't. All right. It's I don't think I have any. I don't have any of the things I can make water either. Any food. Alright, well, I guess in this case we don't have much a choice. We need to head back toward the base. But I don't have resources. I don't have food. I have a little bit of food, but I don't have any water. Or to an area where I can at least find some bladder fish. So I don't have to necessarily go all the way back. I don't know if I've scanned that. I need to be diligent and find out. No, I haven't. That's the sleeper module. That'll be the last piece I needed to make the sleeper module for the sea truck. Alright, so then that means we are going to head back because I can build the sleeper module in theory. Shit. Knew that was going to happen. I knew it. That's why I hate this area. We're just going to keep moving. Because I don't really want to stop here. When we get closer, I can potentially deal with repairs. Actually, I really shouldn't even have to. You can wait. We can wait until I get back to base and I can get the food and salt. Well, actually, we won't even get salt for that. I have salt, but we would just cook the food and we eat it right away.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
Get on it. Don't have anything with me. Actually, I think that this seek fluid intake voice is honestly more annoying than the other one. I didn't really plan this out too well. At least I got this approach down to manage to go around, so it means it should just... There we go. Do exactly that.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
So let's just go get some bleeder Bleeder, bladderfish. I don't know why I keep saying bleeder at this point. So get some bladderfish and make some water and make some food. That'll get me by for at least a little bit. And then alright,
Vital signs
that'll get me
stabilizing.
by for a little while. Alright, since we're here, let's see what it takes to build the sleeper module for the sea truck. Okay, that shouldn't be a problem. And what about the aquarium? Yeah, so we're gonna build one. We may as well build both. So I need to do that too. We got one of you, so I can make one. Two wiring kits? Yeah, it's two wiring kits. Okay, well then let's not worry about that for now. Let's get the other. Four, five, six. Let's get the. If I can grab it, we'll grab it. Even better. Then I need 2 lithium. Go. Alright, then we'll go ahead and we'll make the other wiring kit. So then I just need, is it emerald glass. Okay, that might be a little bit more of a challenge. Fiber mesh, that won't be so bad. Might even have I might even have one of the pieces of fiber mesh lying around. Apparently not. All right, that's fine. The emerald glass. What do I need? Lead. Do I have any lead? One piece of lead. How much? So I need 2 pieces of lead for the emerald glass, and I need 3 pieces to build the module. I might not have enough. Just make sure.
Seek fluid intake.
Lithium. Don't have any more, so I have to go out to get fish. There it is.
Calorie intake recommended.
All right, that should be enough to get me by for the moment. So I can make some water, make some more food. I don't want to eat the nutrient block really right now because that could come in handy later. So we'll cook up 2 of you, and then we'll make the rest of you into water. Unless I only grabbed 2. Okay, I didn't. Alright.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Now let's go ahead and let's, what do we need? Lead. Let's do temporarily. Let's turn you on. What we're going to do is we are going to go toward the lead beacon. Don't remember how much lead is there, but I know there's at least a little. It was down here though. Yep. So I could have just and should have just searched for that rock. Right, but I will forget that the next time it comes up. Oh, my inventory's full now. That's not exactly what I wanted to do. You can drop a couple. You, I really don't need that many. Ended up having to drop those because this isn't what I needed, but I wasn't really worried about dropping them with. Well, I don't need to. Don't know what you are. Okay, so nothing that's of use to me at the moment. I mean, I do have enough for part of it. I just need, what, two? Yeah, two more pieces of lead to be able to accomplish everything. It's had to book it away from that thing. Let it explode on its own or not explode, whichever. And I don't need any of that. I knew what that was, and I still got up to it. That's stupid. That's fine. It didn't kill me, so I'll take it as a win. Titanium. Copper. Titanium. There might be some more possible lead deposits lying around here. Sometimes they are. Otherwise, we just make my way. That's titanium. Man, what the hell was that? I don't remember. Some kind of a shark thing. I haven't been able to scan it in this game. That's not what I wanted to do. One more. And I got greedy, and the game made sure I paid for that a little bit. It didn't kill me, but
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
We're good. We should be able to make it.
Dangerous weather approaching. Seek
Yep.
shelter.
Can't stay up there for very long. Just long enough to replenish my oxygen. That could be the last piece I need, and it is. Alright. Okay, so actually, not 100% true. I also need, well, for that, that's the last thing I need. But I also need, what is it? Creepvine. But we can deal with that. I think there's actually some on the way back here. Avoiding those. Some of them try to eat you. And there's creepvine. I just need 2 pieces of creepvine. What can I... Decisions. I need to drop 4 things for this. And then the sea monkey goes to give me the piece of titanium I just dropped. So, actually, correction, I lied. I guess I needed to drop 8 things. It's fine. We'll just do that. There. Now we got everything I need to make the last 2 modules for the sea truck.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
So let's make the fiber mesh. So really I need 2 diamonds and some quartz. One diamond. All right. All right, so now we need the 2 pieces of emerald glass. Go. Now we can go see. Come on. I want to build these 2 modules and get them attached to the sea truck. And okay, and it stayed where it's at. Perfect. Want to. I have to do these one at a time now, because the last time I did it They dropped right on top of each other, and that was not good. Right now, we'll leave it right there. Should be safe. Yeah, that'll be fine. Now we will have a full sea truck when I get it all attached. Let's see if it will manually attach. I don't remember. Good, it will. Okay, good. They're still attached. So wasn't sure. I've never tried this. So I might not even have to undock. I might just be able to do this. I'll have to undock the prawn suit probably. Or not. So we'll put the prawn suit at the last part because it has to be the end of the truck. Yeah, and we're gonna attach it all now. Easier, much easier to do it in here than it is to try to do it outside of here. I've also made the mistake of backing the sea truck into a module and blowing it up. Let's see what we got. Curious just to know what it looks like, the sleeper module and everything. Well, the aquarium looks kind of cool. Sleeper module. You know, nothing special, but it gives me a place to sleep.
What happens as you are sleeping? I was being pulled from a logical world to a logical world, with you at the center of them all.
I was dreaming. The brain processes in mysterious ways when we sleep.
Does it serve a purpose? It was such disorienting and fragmented thought. Random images and sensations.
No one is completely sure what it does. There are theories, but every human dreams. Many other mammals too.
Is it enjoyable?
It can be. We can experience impossible joy, and also impossible terror in our dreams. Sometimes I can fly. Sometimes I call out to Sam and can't reach her. Sometimes I'm in my underwear, defending my doctoral thesis. It's a mixed bag.
Your biofeedback indicates that flying is the most enjoyable dream. I therefore hope you have many more of those. Mainly for my own safety.
I'm going to take the titanium with us. I want to clear out as much of the sea truck as I can. Actually, I want that too.
Calorie intake recommended.
I don't really have a choice then, because it's all I have at the moment. Salt can stay there. All right, we're going to unload stuff here. Worst case, I may have to build some more lockers, but I have the titanium to do so. Looks like I don't. Looks like we're in good shape. All right. Let's see. Battery with us. All right, so still good there. Alright, however, I do think this is where I'm going to call it for the rest of the day because I've gone through and I've accomplished quite a bit today. We've got the sea truck finished. Got 2 of the 3 pieces I need for the parallel processing unit to build the test override module. I'll be back tomorrow, though, at 12 p.m. Eastern to run through the same game here. I need to eat something. I ate breakfast, around 11 o'clock this morning, and I just need to get a little bit of food in my system, and then we'll pick this back up tomorrow. I appreciate everyone sticking around. Hope you have a good rest of your weekend. Thanks for watching again. Later.